Down 10 to 1 at one stage, even as short as 7 to 1 at one stage when I went downstairs in Double Zeta. Does return from a lengthy absence, 110 days off the track. Rachel Beniker for Michael Roberts. And the course is going to be running quick today. When you get the rain and the cooler conditions, generally those horses with the front-running tactics, provided they don't go a suicidal pace, they generally stay up there. Number 2 in Double Zeta, very alert. 7 Rand 90 and 180 the place, taken down. When you get the rain and the cooler conditions, even as short as 7-1 at one stage. Generally those horses with the front-running tactics, provided they don't go a suicidal pace, they generally stay up there. Good and welcome to everyone joining us for our production from Hollywood Bet's Greyville today. As you can see from the visuals, completely overcast with drizzle, and the weatherman says 18 degrees, 90% chance of rain. The rain is predicted right through till tomorrow, and at this stage a tailwind up to 25 kilometers. They are predicting drizzle throughout the afternoon, as you can see on the infield there. The tar, it is wet. We've had some rain this morning, and it'll continue throughout the afternoon until tomorrow morning. And there's a look down the lane on the poly. And when the cooler conditions come around, usually the poly runs quicker, it firms up, and those runners up with the speed tend to have that length advantage when they spin for home, provided they go a decent pace and not too quick. And that's a look at the surroundings. Track condition is throughout the afternoon, and look for those runners who like to be near the speed and like to capitalize. Let's go down to Paul and Dees, and they'll give you the selections.
Number 8, Corsican. Now the draw, I don't know if that's a concern, Paul, because 8 out of 8 is a wide draw, but on debut, this horse was given a chance and finished in a quick time, 22.6 seconds. Then the tough last time out, well, the drift was the telltale signs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had a good look at the race, and it was keen, and it stayed on that day. It was keen, showed speed. So it's basically two good efforts. Concerned me at Koff first time out. But when you look at the opposition, you've got to think big chance.
When I tried to work out how they're going to try and race him today, whether they're going to switch him off or...
He's keen, these.
But the first start, he wasn't, Paul.
Wasn't. Just green.
Green. The second start, I don't know whether it was the first time at Scots, Hollywood Bet, Scottsville, or whatever it was, but I tell you, well, good luck. He's got to know the horse, so we'll leave that to him. It's his job, 2 Rand 40, 1 Rand 20. Now, Arbitrator from the Paul Matchett stable, there's some talk on course, is a massive threat to the top one. What do you think?
Yeah, I went back and looked at the films, and the last time out was very quick, showed a lot of speed at Scottsville with Ryan Munger, and it sort of started fading at 300. It was going out the back door and then stayed on to be beaten less than 3 lengths. So it's a horse that's going to show speed. We've got the tailwind up today. I think Swamunga's going to get up there, and all things being equal, if it stays on better, would have a chance, but there's a lot of talk for this horse.
Yeah, the blinkers seem to have helped him his last 2 runs, but as Paul mentioned, he hasn't gone on with his effort. While he's been up there, it's all about running all the way to the line. Well, maybe this afternoon, number 6, Arbitrator at 4 Rand 70 and 1 Rand 50 will give you a very good run for your money. Now, Intabazita is an interesting horse. There's some money on the books for this individual. Was paying as short as 7 Rand for a win on Tab Goal, and the guys have gone cold on this with money coming for 8 now, 9 Rand and 180. The break, 110 days, we know Michael Roberts, I mean, by his own admission, he's normally not one to rush them, whether they're coming off a break, whether they're making their debuts. He leaves meat on the bone.
Yeah, over further, it's set the pace twice. It's a quick horse, quite a robust, solid horse by Master of My Fate. I think that be not set the pace in a 5 like this, and that could be just off them. For me, I think Michael, after a 16-week break with this, will be pleased if it runs into money.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this horse regardless of the result. 920, 190. If this has to win, it wouldn't be a surprise, but we're of the opinion trifectas and quartets rather than a winning chance. Number 2 in Tabazita. The filly, number 4, Indiana guard Puller's runner with Serena Woodley up. She shows pace.
Yeah, plenty of speed. Pacey horse, likes to be up there. Hasn't gone on with it, you know. Rested 11 weeks. A keen horse. I wonder if they're going to let it stride or if they're going to try and settle it.
The first time the betting would be the best guide. I see on tab at 16 Rand and 440. The reason being Now the dam, she won many races, Paul. 13-time winner up to 1400 meters. This horse is a half brother to that runner trained by the cock called Clever Green or Cleaver Green.
Yeah. You know who Axel Collins is?
You're going to tell us, Paul?
I'm going to tell you, there's a TV show called White Lines. He was the main actor in that. He gets bumped off at the end, so that's where they get the...
Well, I can tell you what White Lines is. I can just see that movie from a distance now.
Excellent, well done.
17 rand, 74.40, no money on tap, but well related, this horse. And that horse, Cleaver Green, Mike the Cox runner, has had 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. Nice horse.
Very nice.
I think ran place in the Man of War Sprint, if I'm not mistaken.
It's owned by the racing club, International Racing Club.
Yeah, nice horse. Yes, that's the Silks, 100%, 100%. So number 3, Axel Collins, no money on tap, so that could be a horse that will need the run, but keep an eye on that. And then of the balance, well, you could say maybe the stable companion to Arbitrator could run a good race with Muzi any up, not the worst of form.
Yeah, some useful form. It's placed in 4 of its last 5 starts, all over the minimum trip, and it's got a 2nd and a 3rd on this surface. I think it's certainly in with a chance, and there's no shortage of support. These now at 4 rand 40.
Well, it looks like if the betting is to be a guide, it's the tag team of Paul Matchett versus Guard Puller.
Yeah.
Is that an unfair...
no, that's an accurate assumption. Let's just... Beautifully bred horse, and first time out got left. Gav's horse has turned the corner, good winner yesterday. Well-bred horse, this could improve. Look, it went down very well, Quantifier.
I think you could be onto something here, because first time out, a horse drawn 11 out of 11 on the turf around the turn at Hollywood Bets Greyville. That's not easy, and they just left this horse alone. Towards the back of the field, wasn't a punishing ride, wasn't a forcing a race for him. And Formigia is a horse that I think the Peter Muscat stable like. But I'm told that they're loading here race number 1. All the best. Jackpot Pool, 150,000 Rand. Sheldon Peters with the commentary.
Thanks very much. Quantifier, green with the black spots. Axel Collins is in box 3. Easy Roy Easier stepped up to 7. Adina. Dabazita to move up to 2. I've Got Wings, one of the fillies. In the meantime, Arbitrator comes in. Corsican's in the background. Adina's a little bit restless in 4. Handlers up. Serena Moodley just on the side of the gates with Adina. Dabazita, 3/4 of the way in. Adina just to settle in, not settled at this stage, looks to rear. Not happy in gate for Adina. So going to have to catch this one right as Corsican comes forward. There's Hollywood Bets Greyville. Adina continues to go up and down and is trying to straighten the head. Serena Moodley getting his feet in the irons. Just to get that head straight of Adina. Flags up. Sprinting away. Arbitrator jumped out for a stride. And Dabazita and Adina, the first 2 to react, with Adina running fresh on adrenaline, goes on a 1.5 lengths past the 800. And Dabazita's second, joined by Arbitrator, red sleeves and cap. It looks to go on by a neck. Axel Collins, stargazing a little bit, back in 4th position. I've Got Wings. Corsican's already come under the drive. The whip's out on the favourite, Corsican. Then comes Quantifier. 400 metres to go, and Adina by a 1.5 lengths. Arbitrators in the slipstream going to go in. And Dabazita's further back. But Adina with the front-running tactics at the 200. The course is running quick and not for the catching. Number 4, Adina. Cozy victory. Adina blasts away by 4. Arbitrator second. I've Got Wings, maybe in Dabazita. Corsican was a beaten horse from the top of the lane. So Garth Puller's Adina, the Wiley Hall, and as we said, the speed, whoever gets out in front, they usually stay there in these conditions. 14-1 at one stage, Adina, Serena Mudley. For the Stedmans, Lamascroll Stud, the Wiley Hall. Turning for home, led them a Mary Don every opportunity. I've got Wings further back, and Dabazita looking to cling on. Just ahead of Corsican. The writing was on the wall for Corsican before they spun for home. So Adina, a horse with natural speed, came out the gates and led them a Merry Dons. Came down 9.80, went out 14 rand at one stage, and number 4 Adina. Serena Mudley, Garth Puller, came to the outside of the course, and as they say, the rest is history. Back to the studio.
mare. Now, having said that, I think VAR has thrown an Oaks winner, maybe even two Oaks winners. But mainly a source of speed. Schiffer with Woodruff was a very fast filly.
That was a sprinter
out and out sprinter. Now, Duke of Marmalade can easily give you a miler. There's no problem there. Twice Over can give you a 12 furlong Group 1 horse. You know, we've seen for the first crop at Twice Over, 6 furlong Group 1, and then we had a horse who's won 2 Julys for Twice Over. So if you look at it there on pedigree, I'm feeling maybe Natalia.
I'm going to lean with the other horse. I'm going to go She's Not Easy ahead of Natalia. We can't read at all into the riding arrangements because Vinica's been on the 2 Kanya Sakai. Michael's remained loyal to him. But I would say She's Not Easy. On what I saw last time out, she was just one pace throughout. She's not a sprinter.
Yeah.
And if she was going to be effective over 1,200
she did show speed. You know, she wasn't fast. She was handy, as they say.
But they ran her out of it.
Yeah.
Paul. You know, over the final 300 meters, she couldn't go with them.
Couldn't go.
She just stayed on.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's, for me, 1,1600 meters. If you're a pacey horse, you could possibly outstay them over 14 and 1,600 instead of outsprint them.
All saying if they fade over a sprint, they'll stay.
Yeah,
you know,
I think this could be the case here with number 3, She's Not Easy. So I'll tip her ahead of the stable companion, but I'm firmly in the camp of this. You know, the first race, a bitter, big disappointment was Corsican, was ridden out as they got into that first pen. I tell you what was already on it. Well, you knew your fate then.
Yes.
I mean, that was it. That was it. She just couldn't keep up with the pace. I mean, that was it for Corsican. But we won't ride him off that easily. We'll see where they place him next. I suspect it won't be on the polytrack, though. I mean, after that run. But coming back to my top choice, Can't Fool Me, this daughter of philanthropist. Now, 1,400 meters first time out, encouraging run. The fact that there was some money, there wasn't big money, but there was some money for her, suggests that she's possibly a horse that shows a bit back home.
I agree with you. You know, I went back, as I say, I pulled the race out. She was very dumb, very green, all over the place. In the last few strides, she kicked on to
I'm
get
going to give you a subsequent winner from there.
Okay, go ahead.
Devils and Dust.
Yes, I do know that. Ran fifth. I remember they came up together. Devils and Dust, funnily enough, got left that day, which she never does, because the next time she went to the front and won. So the Alto Alex, who won the race, these ran wide early. It's that grey horse, Satini trains. Ran wide, then just quickened and put the race to bed, and the rest of us were chasing shadows. And I thought to myself, yo, this horse is dumb. Now, if this horse, the pennies dropped, I agree with you, I think it'll win. Just watching her go to start. And Demilla urging it, come on, girl, come on. Shows the penny hasn't fully dropped. It might be a different story when the race is on, but she could find herself 5-6 off them if they go quickly, because that's where the conditions seem to be suggesting.
Yeah, I don't know. They went quick in the first. Whether they're going to go as quick over a mile, well, then you're gonna burn out. You will definitely burn out when you turn into the straight. But number 8 at 2 rand for a win is going to be my firm first choice.
Okay.
For second, I like Let It Snow.
I like Let It Snow very strongly. Beautiful filly, and the run to Feeling Groovy was a good run. No problem with this type of trip. The stable's in form. Calvin Habib's a very talented young rider. So a lot to like about this horse. And we know the mile's not a problem. It looked beautiful.
The only horse in the field that has run over Oman and placed. You know, we know that Soviet Girl has attempted to go 1,600 meters where she's gone to the front and she's faded out. Maybe conditions could suit Soviet Girl the way she races.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we spoke about the mare Schiffer, but the mare Lauderdale, if I'm not mistaken, might have been a Group 1 winner or Group 1 runner-up. Duncan Howells trained it.
I remember.
I think it might have been Brian Bernard or someone like that. Lauderdale was a very good filly. So imagine buying this horse by Silvano out of Lauderdale, and you've managed to force them 5 runs. You must be thinking, shoo.
Well, the Swegmans may have found a nice filly in time. I say in time, well, she's already at 2 for 5 runs, Paul.
Correct.
But the way she races and what she's shown the last 2 starts, if they decide, let's go with these cheek pieces, let us try it up front. You never know. She could run, and she's not going to win it. She could be staying on for second or third, number 7, Soviet Girl. Because last time out, I remember that race clearly. It was a maiden, qualified, and she carried a very low weight that day, 52.5 kgs. And she still couldn't win. I mean, it was the visitor player, I think Candice Dawson's runner that came to win that day.
More to do than just
She had a low weight, but I'm saying it, very difficult, regardless of the weight, for these fillies, young 3-year-olds, to win an open company once they go 1,600 meters plus.
Yes. We said we're going to touch on all of them. We haven't touched on Royal Venus. Now, Royal Venus 2 runs back, ran third, and it set the pace. So I think there's going to be a gallop on here. If they want to return to get into checks again, the Kareem team, they're going to have to get this horse to get up there again.
So that was another qualified maiden place.
Correct.
They're
well beaten third too.
Yeah, well beaten number. Well, they're loading. Let's see if Can't Fool Me can get the job done after a pleasing debut.
1,600 meters the trip. Natalia's ready. Gajak. She's Not Easy. Let It Snow. Royal Venus. Soviet Girl. Can't Fool Me. 3 runners in the blue and white silks. Let Rip, Gajak, awkward trip out the machine, and Can't Fool Me is second to last the first 200 meters. She's Not Easy with a dark blue cap came out just about the leader. The striped cap and cheek pieces between them Let It Snow, but settling the battle and playing the cards is the orange silks of Soviet Girl, with the blue stars now goes on by 2. Natalia takes a seat in 4th, Royal Venus on the outside, Gajak's on the inside of runners, and that leaves the 1 Rand 90 favoring off the inside running rail about 6 to 7 lengths off the leaders. Soviet Girl sets the scene coming to the halfway mark with about 800 to go, a length and a tail. Let It Snow's in second. She's Not Easy at the paint third. Royal Venus. Can't Fool Me gets a nudge or 2 to get interested around them. Still very green in the running. Natalia's between runners and Gajak. Homeward bound, 400 meters to go. Let It Snow throws it down to them very early on. Here's Let It Snow. Goes on by 3 parts of a length. Soviet Girl back second. Coming to the final 200 though. Let It Snow. Calvin Abib, let this one go at the top of the lane. You can ring up the register. This is Bullseye. Let It Snow as far as you like. 6 lengths. Natalia comes out second. She's Not Easy third. Then came Soviet Girl. Can't Fool Me, beaten a long way out. As they spun for home, Calvin Abib said, "Hi-ho, Silver, let's go." And the conditions favour Let It Snow. The William Longsword, the informed Wendy Whitehead stable, ITSSA, IT and Business Solutions, bred by Pippa Mickleborough. As they swept the turn, as you know the conditions, game, set and match, 580 and 210. Natalia came out for second. Then came She's Not Easy. Soviet Girl was prominent, faded late on. Gajak and Can't Fool Me will come on leaps and bounds with the racing experience and probably going to be a better horse on the turf. Maybe the conditions didn't suit today, so we'll give her another chance. But coming to the 200-meter marker, Let It Snow. She's Not Easy. Just have to be taken up for a stride. I think Soviet Girl just shifted out for a stride. Yes, Soviet Girl shifted out for a stride, and Rachel Beneke had to take evasive action there to make sure it didn't run over Soviet Girl. But Let It Snow, the winners continue to reign for the Wendy Whitehead stable. Back to the studio.
Start of the pick six now, race number 3, the big one. 7 minutes to play a bet. That pick six pool on 350,000 rand. I think we'll get a fairly decent pool on this Monday afternoon at Hollywood Bets Greyville on the poly track. The first leg of the pick six pool, I tried my best to try and narrow it down, and I couldn't get past 5 runners. I think it's a race where you're going to have to try and play it wide, and hopefully the right result falls into place, because if you try and narrow it down to 2 or 3 runners, then it's nervous moments come race time.
I agree with you. You need to put horses in. I went through it and I tried to make cases, and I could make so many cases against different horses that I really think you need runners in this race.
And now, with the conditions which are clear after the running of first 2 races, that it all could change once we go beyond 1600 meters, because then the stamina kicks in. But nevertheless, if you got first run on them at the top of the straight, you have first run on them. It's a big advantage.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely. And one's got to look at the field and say, who is going to make the pace? Because people will be thinking about it and saying, I'm get up there. Horse like So Dutch, I made pace the other day. It got up there and got up there. But the horses who run up handy, of course, is you are or is you ain't. A horse like that runs up there. Blazing Light likes to be in the vanguard. So it's going to be very interesting how they play this race, especially early on.
Now, punters have remained loyal to this horse, as they've done in the past. I say as they've done in the past because this horse has been one of the most costly horses to follow. Dawn Mission. Now with Naidu, but is the top one, 381 rand. Has he found the right field to get it right?
Possibly. He stays here into the trip. One's got to look at the Monsieur Cheval form. And start saying, whoa, what's the story here?
That is a weak form line.
I agree with you. I've got a horse in the race, Eagle Quest, and I think we're 2.5 lengths behind Dawn Mission.
Yes.
We've got Keegan up, and the horse has improved every run. So if that's our yardstick, we hope to be in a similar distance beyond, or maybe a bit closer. And it's a big jump to think we're going to beat this field comfortably, something like that. So I looked elsewhere. I looked at Street Art. I thought lightly raced horse. Finished behind Devil and Dust in one of those GTH meetings. It turned for home. Muzi pounced on it. It tackled Devil and Dust. The favourite was on the inside. It actually only got beat 0.85, but it was a falling away 8.85 over a mile. Now it's going 19. So I have my reservations about this going the trip, and it's out of a Varmere, but the dad went this far easily. So it's back on Poly Street Art. So I don't know, Deez, it's not an easy race. Blazing Light is a one-paced horse who never seems to be one to turn it. And Duke of Africa, I don't think conditions would suit this horse.
Yeah, that's it. Now, a very interesting horse here. 9 rand 60 and 3 rand. This horse called Pirate Prince for Alison Wright, with Rachel Vinegar up. The 2 runs for the stable haven't been the worst, but what I did like was over 1,700 meters last time out. That was a run that I think would have brought this horse on a ton. Without question, was a deep in the red horse, Justin Snaith's runner, and this horse wasn't disgraced.
Yeah, I think it's going about the right way. It ran third in a 6-horse field, and it also raced from up there, and they had a winner yesterday, the Wrights. They've got their season rolling. So you're right, this might be the lurker to throw in. And what are we looking at? 950 and 3 rand.
Yeah, that's the horse that gets my vote in the pick six. Will possibly get us off to a good start. Coming back to the runners that you've spoken about, now Blazing Light, I'll paint him with the same brush as number 2, Dawn Mission. They both have had their fair share of chances. Again, is this the right field for him? The fact that he goes 2,400 meters, which he showed last time out, I think this could be a plan from Sean Beale. Let's try and stretch them on the poly track now.
Possibly. It handles the poly. It's just a one-paced horse. If something quickens past this Rafif, I'll go straight past it. But to find that horse, I'm going to leave that to you, Deez.
Yeah, this horse, Duke of Africa, I'm in a full agreement with you. We've had a slight discussion before coming off air. If, these were not the conditions like we've seen in the first 2 races, and he would have been a massive player here. The question is how far back he's going to be turning to the straight. If he's got too much of ground to make up, I think he'll run out of runway.
Yeah, I think Muzi will be aware of that.
Yeah.
I think Muzi likes to get horses into a race as well. So, big chance. I looked at that race. It just nearly got to like the Clappers. and 0.8 behind them was Rockfall, my horse. So it was a very tight finish that day.
Does it surprise you that Dawn Mission is the punter's choice at the moment at 360?
No, it doesn't. You've got to keep saying to yourself,
This diehards.
You've got to stick with it.
Continue.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Never say that.
No, so...
the form will change.
Yeah. They got all those tricks.
Yeah.
It has to happen, overdue, all that.
Yeah.
So they're stuck with it. And you know it's going to run in the first three, all things being equal.
The street art, well, you know, the pedigree says that, you know, being a full brother to Pop Icon, who stayed 1,400 meters, I don't know. We'll see if this horse gets the trip, because the last race, I know it was a GTH race meeting, you know, the assistance with the whips being limited, etc.
Yeah.
I know how much a riding this horse needs. Maybe he needs urging. So over this 1,900-meter trip, this could be a totally different race for him from what we saw last time out.
Absolutely. You know, he's still learning the trade. He wasn't beaten far. I just thought he had put his nose in front with about 350 to run, and he tried to hang tough. But we have our question. As you mentioned, Pop Icon being a 7 furlong horse, there's another 500 meters on top of that to get through.
Yeah. If you had to say, this is my roving banker, this is the horse that I like, the guys are standing in the queue, they want one horse, which horse would you pick?
Dawn Mission.
Dawn Mission, number 2. Die Hard, Lafferty. Number 2, Dawn Mission. Well, I'm going to go number 8, Pirate Prince.
Stiff-neck Lafferty.
860 and 240 as the value in the race, but that pick 6 pool has just jumped past 400,000 rand. By the time it updates, we're hoping that it gets to 500,000 rand, maybe even further than that. I don't know how far it's going to go. I think it hasn't updated yet, but it's well over 400,000 rand, guys. And the first leg of the Pick 6, it looks like a very tricky race. If you get this quartet with the minimum spend, and in a pool that's at 75,000 rand, I think you'll get cash here. I think you'll get good money, because they're 370 for a win and 130 for a place, with the next best in the betting market, number 5, Duke of Africa, at 380, tells you that this is highly competitive, as number 8 continues to attract some outside betting support on Tab Gold. Now 7 rand for a win and 2 rand 10 for a place. But it looks like a race that if you get through the first leg of this Pick 6 with the minimum spend, you've done really well. But I suspect that most players would have included a minimum 4 runners here to try and get through. It's a maiden plate over 1,900 meters. What you thought of that GTH race meeting? You know, I just want to touch on that because you did have a few runners and a few winners, so you've enjoyed some success with your horses.
Yeah, we won 3 races. You know, we thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, the horses seemed to respond on it, and you know, we were in some two of those winners were short heads. You know, so we're happy.
Well, Sheldon Peters with the call, race number 3.
Thanks very much. Eagle Quest is in. Street Art has come forward. Barbati, So Dasher, Lombard Street. The current favourite, number 2, Dawn Mission, coming up to 60. Pirate Prince is ready. Duke of Africa, is you or is you ain't. 1,900 metres in front of them. Starter sends them packing, and So Dasher jumped very awkwardly. Pirate Prince also just took an awkward stride onto Barbati. Sorting out a line of 4, but the white cap on the right-hand side, Is or is you ain't, and Samanga Kamalo joined Dawn Mission. There's only a neck in it, and Dawn Mission now goes on by that 3 parts of a length. So Dasher's uncontrollable on the outside and going full tilt. So the 100 to 1 shot, So Dasher has used up most of the petrol, and it'll be very surprising to see him stay there. So Dasher's gone 6 clear. Dawn Mission is second, Blazing Light, Is you ain't. Kajima Mfana's around them, Duke of Africa's mid-division. They being followed through by Street Art. Eagle Quest bottled up towards the inside, Blazing Light in the orange just in front of this runner. Lombard Street, the blue cap, second to last, the 125 to 1 shot, and Pirate Prince gonna have to play be fetched from there. 700 metres to go, and So Dash is about to cry out for lifeline. So Dash is about to hit a brick wall. Is you ain't now goes on by, and So Dash has caused a bit of interference there. Dawn Mission and a few others had to come around. Blazing light towards the inside. Is you ain't the white cap. Blazing lights the immediate danger. Duke of Africa, Gajima Mfana on the outside, trying to close in Street Art, but Blazing Lights turn to hit the front. Pirate Prince is running on from a long way back at the 200. All the while, look right. Here's Street Art with an explosive run. Street Art eliminates the field and torpedoes them. Blazing Lights second. Duke of Africa, Pirate Prince, Street Art came blasting away. What a victory. Street Art rewriting the script tactics-wise. He came pouncing on the outside over the 1900-metre trip and close home. There you can see Tristan Godden elated. Street Art, the elusive fort for the Peter Muscat stable, changed gears and rolls on by. Blazing Lights second, Duke of Africa. Then came Pirate Prince behind these, and as for So Dasher, uncontrollable, caused interference around the turn and runs tailed off. 300 to go. Blazing Light hit the front at what looked the right moment, and then squeezing through the gap on the right-hand side, Street Art, like poetry in motion, the last 150 for the connections. This is Laura de Horst, the Rue Brothers, the Henman stud, comes through with flying colours.
you.
Lucretia's form is good, likes the track, will be placed when they turn for home, but we'll have to beat the better drawn stablemate. So, but you've got a strong hand between the two of them. You know, into that same argument, you've got to have a number 1, Living Waters. It ran just about alongside Lord Minver.
Living Waters, the problem I have with him, Paul, is I'm not putting guys off there, is that he comes from off the pace, and I've watched most of his races. He's not the quickest out the gates, and from draw 1, that's a very tricky draw, Paul.
Yeah,
you know, you get caught on that inside running rail, you get pushed back to the field, and you find yourself, you know, from being draw 1, you're now 3/4 of the way back turning to the straight.
Correct.
So we will see, you know, what's the plan with number 1, Living Waters, because there is no plan, I suspect. You know, you just leave him where he's comfortable.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, that's it. So 6'10", 170. He's a horse that will keep you interested for the minor positions, but on the punt on the nose, it is a risk from that draw, number 1, Living Waters. With a horse like this, I prefer him being drawn wider, because you know you're just going to slot him in. And
that's right. They're going to come across you, boom, 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 like layers of a cake. You're right.
Sure. Now, lend me your ear for number 2, Pineview, because this is my roughie in the race now that we've assessed the conditions of the track. Here's a horse that will be up there for free at 54 kgs.
54 kgs. Has it been this far? Never been this.
1600 meters been the best up to a mile.
Yeah.
So question mark over the trip.
Yeah, question mark. Must have a chance. Lightweight, as you say, number 1's not going to be giving it pressure for that rail.
Yes.
So it could be beautifully placed, and if we don't get, like the last race, there was a real snarl up turning for home. Jockeys getting hit sideways and what have you. So this horse here, it's your roughie. It's just got to improve a tad, and then if it goes the extra ground, who knows?
That's paying 19 rand, and the other runner that I like is paying 20 rand. Number 11, Double Espresso. Now, the conditions are not ideal for him, but we know that from the draw 11, he's going to be towards the back of the field. Can he make up the ground? If they go too quick, I think he's in with a chance.
Yeah, you know, last time he was very keen, so they got one tactic now. Let's cover him up, let's give him a chance. And that takes you back to his earlier form, which would certainly give him a chance.
Yeah, number 11, Double Espresso. So 2 nice outsiders to possibly boost that quartet dividend. And as we speak about the other horses, well, the punters say we're having nothing of that. They keep backing number 3, Lord Minver. That's now 260, Paul.
Yeah, they haven't stopped. Have not stopped.
Where's the Jackpot Pool? Well, the Jackpot Pool's on 170,000 rand, and if 3 or 10 don't win this, those look to be the principals, then any other horse will definitely be a good result for you here in Jackpot 1, because it's a sizable pool, and they are competitive races, races 4, 5, 6, and 7. The one at the bottom that you seem to like for quartets and trifectas, Paul,
you know, well, I've got this horse, Sea of Galilee, with a tongue tie on. You know, these at home, this is a horse that works very nicely on the grass.
Yes.
On the sand, wow, he just doesn't put it together. So I'm hoping he grabs the poly today. Big, lovely horse, but whoa, his sand work worries. Then you put him on the grass, you think, wow, this horse is going to win me races. But I have to try him on the surface and see what's going on, and let's hope for the best.
That's number 5 at the bottom of the board, 21.95.40. Well, let's see if Carl Hewitson dominates this race with Lord Minver and Lucretius.
6 runners installed. Deep Global's in, Pineview, Living Waters, Time to Remember. Double Espresso's in 11, Monsieur Chevelle in 9. Over the Bay, Sea of Galilee, Lucretius, Deep Global, Lord Minver to step up. Working with Fever, Lord Minver, box 3, the full set of silks. They're on the journey from the 1900 metre marker. As is the norm, Double Espresso loses ground and lost about 3 lengths, a long way back early on. Pineview, a free run at the rail. He's making eyes at me. The filly's going to move around and let the boys watch on from behind. Lord Minver is now going to track over second. Deep Global's in third. Pine View's now at the rail in 4th position. Lucretius races in 5th with the green cap, has the shadow roll, a length and a half Living Waters, further back Fever. A Time to Remember is a little bit free and strong at the rail, escorted by Sea of Galilee. Double Espresso now takes a tug for a stride or two as they just slow down the tempo in front. Monsieur Chevelle also on a double hold, and then comes Over the Bay. He's Making Eyes at Me sets the scene and the standard by 1 length. Deep Global at the quarters second. Lord Minver's in a pocket at the paint in third past the 8 peg. Lucretius moves up to the quarters, now up to the neck of Lord Minver. In fact, they'll take off together coming towards the 600. Fever, Pine View. Sea of Galilee starts to go up and down behind runners. Living Waters. Double Espresso, you'll sense, will come to the outside. Towards the inside, A Time to Remember. Homeward bound, Lucretius comes bursting through at the 300-metre marker. The green cap of Lucretius going to take some beating out here. Cole Dickens says, come and catch me if you can. Living Waters, Fever, they've heard the call, but Lucretius made a move a long way out, clear by a length. Living Waters and Fever second and third, but number 10, Lucretius lost long enough. Living Waters, Fever, and then came Lord Minver. Well, how's that from Cole Dickon? Full of action past the winning post, and have a look at that slow-mo. It'll put a smile on your dial. He's really chuffed with himself. And number 10, Lucretius, as they started to spin for home, he was getting closer and closer, and a cheeky ride close home. You'll see smutsing as they hit the line. He wins ahead, but he made a decisive winning move, and it pays dividends. The number will go in the frame. Living Waters, Fever, then came Lord Minver, and if you caught the body language and the action just past the post, you can have a little bit of a chuckle there. So, Lucretius, for the Poets' Corner Syndicate, Michael Maroney, the Shakes, Governors, Pillets, Tasias, came bursting through top of the lane, said, catch me if you can, got away from the opposition, and although Living Waters was closing in, Lucretius never looked like was going to be caught close home. Does start to shift in for a stride or two, but there you'll see Cole Dickon as they go past the line. If we stay on for another few seconds, there we go, doing the boogie past the winning post.
Right, the fifth race, and we're all set to go with this. It is over 1,800 meters, and there are no scratchings, and 11 runners go at the gate, and it looks an interesting race. We've got 5 minutes to put it to bed. Let's start at the top number-wise, and Master to be. The point that you made is so valid of what the merit rating, the average merit rating for its last run behind the Bayou was, as opposed to today.
Yeah, that was a 59. This is a 70. Much more competitive race than he faced last time out. Yes. But the one thing that we know is that he's got a top rider up, he's got the draw, and he'll be competitive. But is he a confident choice for me for finishing in the top 3? Yes. For winning it, no.
Fair enough. I agree. Mark had a winner yesterday. The Keegan's red hot. They must have a chance, you know. And it ran on well last time. You know, this horse before has set the pace, but I think with draw 1, it won't be that far back, and certainly must have a chance. As you say, first 3. Right, let's move on to ones I want to talk about. High Green, better than the last run?
Much better. I know that Lucretius, we know, winning the previous race, he was somewhere off them, in fact, way off them. I see.
Lightweight,
lightweight. I don't know why he was hanging so badly last time out, though. I can recall that race, and he was just hanging so badly that the young man had no control of him. But the fact is, Malaseda Kachera is riding well. He's beaming with confidence. He knows the horse. He's run second on him, and he's won on him. And from draw 3, with the way the track's running today, this horse, I think, will go to the front and use that lightweight and make the balance of the field work. He's got a big chance of winning this at 10 Rand for a win and 3 Rand 90 for a place.
Okie dokie. And another one I want to touch on with you is Immeasurable. I think it's important we touch on this one. It gets them 1.5 with Rachel Venica, and you know, this horse has raced solidly and raced well. 4 runs in August, but look at those returns. Now, last time out, or was it 2 runs back, was the head to Super Silver. The third horse was the horse who won yesterday, Legs of Thunder.
Yes, and prior to the running of that race, Keegan DeMello had a winner. And I think he summed it up perfectly, because he was riding Banner Bridge later on. And he mentioned that interview, I'm coming in with fresh legs, because he saw that the horse Immeasurable, not that his form was bad, but he was having his spot start, as you alluded to, in the month of August. He possibly takes his racing well, but he had a horse that, you know, was much more lightly raced in the month of August than he was in Banner Bridge, and they picked the right spot, Candace Dawson, and the horse won well. But to his credit, Immeasurable, he continues to show his well-being and that he loves racing. So
what I want to ask you is, when he ran second to Super Silver,
yes,
and Legs of Thunder ran third. Legs of Thunder was beaten, should have short head. That horse was having its comeback run. It was on Polly, and yesterday's win was back on the turf where it trotted up. So do you think that might flatter him, that being ahead of it?
Yeah. By the way, if you're looking for a horse called Legs of Thunder, you won't find it. Imalenze Yoko Duduma, but as Paul mentioned, it's Jerry Kasana's nickname. And yesterday Imalenze Yoko Duduma coming from that form line behind Super Silver, and that form line's looking good. From the draw, does she commit, Rachel Vinica? Does she commit and say, you know, I got a horse that's got early gate speed, let me go to the front? Does she commit?
Yeah, she likes the Polly. The horse likes the Polly Immeasurable. So I think she's got to see how it unfolds. You know, when you start looking through which horses set the pace, there's a few of them. This horse Immeasurable has set the pace a few times.
Yes.
So they might commit these.
Yeah, when she has set the pace, when I look at the draws, they're much better than this draw, which is 9 out of 11. But I think this horse is the runner that sets the standard, and the number 9 Immeasurables at 4 Rand for a win, a very weak favorite. At 4 Rand for a win, 1 Rand 70 for a place. Now, knocking on the door wouldn't be a surprise winner, and 9 Immeasurable, I'm sure, will have many tickets that are running in the exotics. Bend the rules. Now, let me hear what you have to say about this individual. We spoke about that Lucretius form line whilst they were in the parade ring. That last start, dropping in distance, he showed that he's a versatile individual.
Races up there, tough horse, gutsy, got to have a chance, you know. Cabello's not DeMello, who's the other, Cabello. He's a good rider, this kid. And I'll give this horse a good chance.
Yeah, I think number 7, Bend the Rules, 820-280 wouldn't be a surprise winner as well. So we've touched on the principles. In numerical...
Number 4, just before we cross over, you know, I just looked across and I saw 4 Rand 80.
Well, where did Dawn Mission run, Paul? Do you ever faithful Dawn Mission? I mean, that was bad today again, Paul.
Put it into perspective, yeah.
And I will tell you
what to do, eh?
Yeah, 15 runners in total. In total from that form line. Just one winner. And guess who's that one winner? Unique Power, but that was Doug Campbell's runner that was turned out well the other day.
Yes.
A bull of a horse, a big horse.
I'm with you. Yeah.
So just the one winner from 15 runners in total. So the Boundless Bash.
The public has seemed to be on him at 490. You know, he's joint second favourite with number 1.
Well, they looked at that run and no, maybe they didn't look at the form line. They just looked at that run and said, you know, the fact that the horse went start to finish, he may do the same, even though he's stepping up in distance 50 meters further, but it is a step up in distance. Number 4, Boundless Bash, is a fancy amongst punters at 570 and 220 for a place. But it's a very active tab goal betting market because number 1 has now taken over the position of the top top. Well, number 1 has had a problem with the tongue-tie, Paul, Master to Be, and we're told will cause a slight delay to the running of race number 5 because they're attending to that tongue-tie, which is come off on Master to Be, who is now the top one ahead of the initial favourite on tab goal, which was Immeasurable, number 9. But numbers 1, 4, 7, 8, and 9 are the runners in single figures. Have we missed anything of the runners that are in double figures? And as I say that,
Catch a Tune.
Yeah, Catch a Tune, I think the way he was turned out, if he doesn't need it,
he's going to pounce early again.
Yeah, if he doesn't need it, he'll run well. But I'm told that they're loading here race number 5. You've played into a jackpot pool that has just sailed past 130,000. Race number 5, Sheldon with the call.
Thanks very much, Dees. Joining us for the 5th race. Please note now number 10 Star Crusade having a tongue-tie refitted, so a further delay. Number 10 Star Crusade, they'll attend to the tongue-tie. Race 5, setting the standard very high, www.galloptv.co.za, a 73 handicap, gives you an extra 30 seconds or so to strike those bets. You'll see the bet on the left-hand side. They attended to Master to Be, who is the current favourite at 420. They re-attended to that tongue-tie. And then Star Crusade, they just about finished. That's not the vet. But they have attended to Star Crusade. Bend the Rules coming forward. Master to Be, Boundless Bash, Immeasurable, Straight Up. National Dream Set, High Green, Boundless Bash, Special Charm. The turn of Karori's Cowboy. Star Crusade to come in. To 10. Catch the Tunes in 8. And away they go. Slow to go, Star Crusade 2 lengths, and Straight Up is second to last. Special Charm third to last. Those are the last quartet. First out is the grey Boundless Bash. Proceeds on by a length and a quarter from Bend the Rules, who's racing in second. A half a length away, High Green becomes one with the rail. Catch the Tune, the black cap, is on the outside in 4th position, looking to get a little bit closer to the inside running rail. They're racing in pairs. Master to Be and Karori's Cowboy team up together. Further back is Special Charm and National Dream. At this point in time, Star Crusade, Immeasurable's deeper out, and Straight Up is your trailer, those light blue sleeves and cap. Boundless Bash in front leads by about a half a length, going towards the final 800. Bend the Rules is second, and there you'll see Boundless Bash just started to quicken up the tempo, started to lengthen that stride. High Green just gets a shuffle or two towards the inside paint. Catch the Tune, the Black Cap, Master to be full lengths to go. Red Sleeves and Cap, Karari's Cowboy. Immeasurable, hooked to the extreme outside, National Dream. Homeward Bound, 400 to go. Front running tactics now. Boundless Bash, the grey, a length and a half. Bend the Rules is now starting to progress on the outside. Now going to go in. High Green starting to close in late on. 200 metres to go. Boundless Bash has now got to fend them off. Immeasurables come from nowhere. High Green's on the inside. Boundless Bash. Immeasurables coming, but just too late. Boundless Bash by a neck. Immeasurable in second. Let's try and clarify third and fourth. Maybe Catch the Tune with High Green, but I'm not going to commit. We'll leave mighty tight. So number 4, Boundless Bash. Wendy Whitehead. You cannot stop her at the moment. Red hot. Boundless Bash. Son of Jackpot. IT and Business Solutions. Another winner. Immeasurable second. Now let's have a look. Oh, very tight. There's a horse obscured between them there. Straight up, High Green. Catch the Tune, Special Charm. Bend the Rules. Maybe Bend the Rules third. If you had to throw me into a corner, I think it's Bend the Rules, but let's wait on the photo because they are obscured. Boundless Bash hit the front. The last 150 metres had to last home. Immeasurable makes up a whole lot of ground on the grandstand side. On the inside, Bend the Rules, High Green, Catch the Tune. They're all trying to stay on. Straight Up's also getting to it, but it's going to be Boundless Bash for the victory. Immeasurable second. Maybe in behind that 7, Bend the Rules with Straight Up and Catch the Tune, but that's just taking a guess. We'll wait for the judges and then we'll get confirmation. No doubt about the first 2 past the post, and we'll wait for the official photo to confirm the minor spots, but it's number 4, Boundless Bash from number 9, and then let's have a look there. Bend the Rules probably just third. Back to the studio. fact, the top three there will want to get a move on. Number 1 is Stanley, Kabela Matsinyane, and number 5, Cape Town Affair. Big spring in the step. Muzieni rides. Cape Town Affair, leaving the ring, was showing off quite a bit. Coat's looking good. And here's number 5, Cape Town Affair from the Dennis Bosch yard. Comnadu sends out number 1, Stanley, Kabela Matsinyane. Duncan Howells sends out 2, Purple Operator, with Keegan DeMello in the irons. Lorenzo Karim's got number 4, Quizmaster. Frank Robinson, number 6, Leslie's Path to Fame, Sean Veal. 7 is Gunsmoke, Gabriel Peterson. 8, Senor Garcia. The Wendy Whitehead stable, Ashton Aries rides. Just looking at number 7, Gunsmoke, looks like a turquoise cap. And there's number 3, Helleboss, Kelvin Abib.
Right, welcome back. The 6th race, small field, 8 horses go at the gate. Open race, 4 and 60, the favourite. And these, it's got a race that I'd like to catch this quartet. I think you can get a couple of pounds. You've got to structure it right.
Yeah, you want to get it with the minimum spend, though,
yes,
Paul.
That's it.
It's a small field. You want to try and narrow down your selections.
Yeah. Well, let's run through a few. Then we've got 5 minutes or so to run through. And let's start. I'm going to start on top this time. The favourite, Cape Town Affair, 52 kilos.
Yeah, slightly under sufferance if you're judging him on his rating of 50. But that said, at his best, we know that no other has achieved a higher rating than him. But he hasn't won for a long time. So he's low on confidence in the win department, 968 days. But that said, his recent form shows that he may be ready to win. His last start is worth touching on. If you didn't watch that race, Higher Purpose and Cape Town Affair looked to be the known front runners in the race. And then, unlike Cape Town Affair, he missed a break completely that day, and that was his race done. He was never going to race from off the speed. That's not his game. He enjoys it up front, having things his own way. And with 52 kgs, I think Muzi will be more alert this time round. I don't know, if the horse doesn't help you out the gates, there's nothing that you can do. But I mean, you can try everything. There's nothing you're going to be able to make him jump on terms. But I'm hoping that he just had an off day out the stalls, and today he jumps on terms, because with this low weight, if he gets to the fronts, and we've seen the conditions, if you just joined the broadcast from Hollywood Bets Greyville, if you go to the front, you are possibly going to have an outstanding chance of winning it when they turn into the straight, because that's the way the results have been going throughout the afternoon, besides Street what's the horse's name? Street Art earlier on for Peter Muscat. But yeah, the Cape Town Affair, although he's slightly under sufferance, it looks like the right type of feel for him to possibly finally get that third career win.
Yeah. Stanley's second favourite at 5 and 10. This is the Duke of Marmalade from Comnadu's stable. And last time was the turf, Dees.
Yes, it was a turf. He was poorly drawn. He was one pace throughout. That's not his form. He's at home on this poly track. Draw 1. Cabela will have a plan of action. He's another horse that races up with the speed. Initially, he was my roving banker in the race. I say initially because I did do that GTV show with Rail, but I've changed now. I've gone with Cape Town Affair now that we know the conditions of the poly track and how quick it's running.
Absolutely. Gunsmoke's third favourite, number 7. This is the Noble Tune. Again, not the worst form lately.
Yeah, Gabriel Peterson claiming the 1.5, that is a help. Yep, 2.5, 3 lengths, under 5 lengths, 3 lengths. The form is there to see that he'll give you an honest run for your money. But I'm not convinced that, he can be a confident choice as an each-way bet. I prefer others in the race, but I know Ryle made him as a horse to follow.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about a couple of others. I look back on this horse, Leslie Path to Fame. Again, another horse well turned out by Frank. Ran wide. This horse was struggling out wide in the 6 furlong race. And it switched into straight, could only got the outside, but it had really done its damage running wide. I think a bit more luck in running, it'll be an improved run from this horse.
I think luck is the key word of this horse, because he's been so unlucky throughout his career. And he could have easily been a 10-time winner. I've mentioned it a few times on the hard luck stories that he's had in his career. Gaps not opening in time, where you mentioned that riding arrangements on the day were not suited to him. But the plus is, and I think this could be the key, you could have found the right jockey for him, Paul, with no disrespect to the boys that have been riding him of late. Yes. But Sean Veal has actually won twice on him. And, to get Sean Veal back, Frank must have thought long and hard and said, which horse actually suits this horse best throughout his career. And he may have chosen Sean and said, Sean hasn't ridden this horse for a while. He's a strong rider. You know him as the headmaster, Paul.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and this horse, he possibly needs a strong rider, someone that can give him a chance over the final 400. And maybe Veal is the right man for the job.
Let's talk about Senor Garcia. Cookie's having one of those red letter days. And Senor Garcia ran last time, went to the front, only beaten 3 lengths, but it was on turf. It's 5 starts on the poly, a win in 3 seconds. It could push Cape Town Affair for the lead. One of those two will probably dictate the pace. If Cape Town Affair jumps on terms, it'll have a bigger chance than it did last time, because it got left at the gate. So Senor Garcia, back on this turn. The form's good.
Form is good, and you mentioned the draw and jumping from that barrier position. Well, Ashton will have all the runners on his inside, so he'll have a good look at where Muzieni is, because that is the horse. If that jumps on terms, these horses are going to flash to the front. Yeah. Which horse leads, I don't know. Are they going to both fight out for that? I think they experienced jockeys. They wouldn't allow that to happen. I think at least Muzi wouldn't. Yeah. But hopefully that doesn't happen between numbers 8 and 5. That it's a fight for that front position. But Senor Garcia is a very quick horse, and he showed at his penultimate start that the distance is no issue. I had a big question mark over him going 1,600 meters the way he races, but he showed at his penultimate start that that's no issue. And I think 1,400 meters now will suit him much better.
I agree with you. I agree. One good to put in. Quizmaster?
If I had to choose between the two from Lorenzo Karim's stable, I'll personally choose this horse ahead of Gunsmoke.
Yeah. It's been close-up, won its maiden, then it's ran some close-up, not beaten far last time. And I'll definitely give it a shot today with Ant riding it.
Well, it's a fair pick 3 pool, Paul. I mean, with the last 3 races, that pool has hit 30,000 rand. But they're loading here. Race number 6. Keep an eye on stallgate number 5 if you're on Cape Town Affair.
First 5 runners loaded. Cape Town Affair about to get closer. Quizmaster. Leslie's Path to Fame, and in gate 5, Cape Town Affair, 1,400 meters the distance. Locked, loaded, and they fired away. Started course in a good line. First attempt. Cape Town Affairs on the outside. Halibos going to try and match strides for the first 100 metres. Quizmasters in 3rd. Stanley 4th. Purple Operators 5th. Senor Garcia in 6th position. Leslie's Path to Fame is 7th. 8th and last is Gunsmoke. He just ran off the course for a stride or 2. Look at Cape Town Affair, clear-cut leader, goes for home by 2.5, commencing towards the 8 peg. Not much to separate 2nd and 3rd, with Quizmaster just showing his head up on the outside of Halibos. Senor Garcia, Purple Operators between them in the yellow silks. Then we have Stanley towards the inside. Leslie's Path to Fame playing the waiting game with Gunsmoke. Top of the lane, 400 metres to go. Cape Town Affair by 3 departs. Halibos goes in. Quizmaster comes under the drive. Stanley's further to the inside. Outside of runners, Purple Operator and then Senor Garcia. But number 3, Halibos, comes gliding into the lead at the 200-metre marker. Cape Town Affairs trying to fight back and Stanley on the inside. Halibos by ahead. Cape Town Affairs coming back for more on the outside. There's not going to be much to choose, but Cape Town Affair just outdid Halibos. Stanley's along the inside and Purple Operator. Well, you can just put this down to guts and courage because Halibos went probably a neck clear. We'll hear more from Muzieni in the post-race. It looked like he'd go on by for the victory. And Cape Town Affair, the last 100 metres, he starts to knuckle down and Muzieni extricates more. Halibos made up the ground, went on by, but will be denied. Stanley third. Purple Operator, Quizmaster, and then came Senor Garcia. Cape Town Affair, 968 days it's been. Cape Town Affair went very quick up front, had a 3-length advantage at one stage, and then coming to the 200, Halibos went on, and at that stage looked like he'd go on. He went about a long neck clear, and that's when Cape Town Affair, the Cape Town Noir, this is for the Haddons, bred by the Campbells and Quintuses, comes right back for victory, and a real courageous win from number 5, Cape Town Affair, gets that elusive third victory, and it'll be today. Back to the studio.
number 6 is paying 3 rand for a win. So that's a big gap between two horses that are very close in black and white. Now, Splash of Green is Waho Mawing's runner, and got young Malasede Kitsede claiming the 4, so racing off a net 68. I'll read out the form line behind Let's Not Linger, Paul. Twice the Trip has won. Flashy Katrina has won. So the form line's looking good. Now, for a horse that ran somewhere behind Rain in Holland, beaten 5 lengths back in 7th as a 2-year-old, I think that's how she was judged, to be a 90. And as a 3-year-old, she failed to win a race because, of that rating. Wyo tried to place her in races where she'd be competitive. She didn't run badly of late, but it just showed that that mark was too high for a 3-year-old career.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. Now, certainly must have a chance. There was... has it never run on the poly, Splash of Green?
Yeah, first time on the poly, and that's Wyo's comment to Dylan, that if she takes to the poly of this weight, she'll be highly competitive. That's his only concern with number 2, Splash of Green. She's a fair price, 860, 360. And we are going to have a shoe repeated at the start. Horse number 4, Trump My Queen, Gavin Van Zale's runner, is going to cause a slight delay to the running of race number 7. With 4 minutes to go, they will be refitting a shoe to number 4, Trump My Queen. So we've given number 2, Splash of Green, the airtime. She's easy to back, as I mentioned, 820, 350. Now, Paul, you like Shape of You, Garrett's horse.
Very strong on this horse. Tell you what, its last start, it was out of its ground, a long way back, and it was like Big and Beach ran on. It was a similar type of run. It came flying. This mare was absolutely flying. I was very impressed with this run, and it's 2 kilos lighter today. The time before was that Friday night racing, and she ran a good race that day. So she's in very good form, Shape of You. I was very impressed the way it ran. Mel's Princess has come out from the form line and won, and luck and running, not too far off them. This horse can come through and win. She's had 3 starts on the poly. She's won 1. I'm big on 9.
Yeah, it all depends on how much ground she has to make up from that draw. I don't think they're going to rush her from that stall gate. As Paul mentioned, her last start, she was the fastest finisher in 22.8 seconds behind Twice the Trip. That was at Hollywood Bets Scottsville. But she has won over the course and distance, so no problem with the surface. So it all depends on how far back she is, how quick they're going up front. Can she make up the ground? Number 9, Shape of You. But that second career win is long overdue. She hasn't won for 551 days. And when you look at her rating, Paul, she's just a horse that, the handicapper can't push her down, because she's most of the time, I presume, she may even be a line horse because she just runs in the money.
Yeah, she's had 1 run over this course and distance, and she won it.
Yes.
So I'm with her. There is speed in the race. There are a couple that could get up there and get going. The Magna Martyrs, Maria Carolina, pace in the past, as has Blazing Astute. So I think with a bit of luck, things will map out for this mare. And I know she's got opposition. She's got 58 on her back, and she's got Big and Beach and Dawn of a New Day and Splash of Green and 1 or 2 others to beat, but I was very impressed with this last run.
Maria Carolina comes from the same form line that I mentioned with Splash of Green. In fact, she finished in front of the horse that I like at 8 rand and 220, and she's paying 10 rand and 3 rand for a place. But on a day, she can go and race up handy. I've seen her in the past. She's a 3-time winner. She's yet to win on the poly track, but she's got a 50% place strike rate. Plans. What will be the plan with number 10 from the draw, knowing that she can go up there?
I think Rachel had to make a decision earlier in the day, and she decided not to go, and she was 3 wide at the back, and she got beaten about a half a length, which was I thought very unlucky to lose, and that was immeasurable. And they had to make a call there. I think in the back of her mind she's going to say, I don't want to have the same thing happen that happened with immeasurable. And I feel that she's only got 1 or 2 that could set the pace, so that she's going to go up there. That's what I do believe. They fit in the shoe to number 2 as well.
Just having a look, Paul. They're having a look to see if there's an issue with one of the shoes for Splash of Green, and obviously the the farrier will make the decision if there is a problem.
Yes.
But the runner that will be causing the slight delay is, I see number 4 is done. The farrier has done his job. Trump McQueen is up and away. Was there for a second, up and away. So that's done. Number 4 is done. So they're just having a look at horse number 2, whether the shoe needs attending to. Now, we've touched on the principles. In numerical order, we've touched on 2, Dawn of a New Day. The runner that you like, 9, Shape of You. Maria Carolina, we've spoken about. Off the balance, anything else catch your eye? Will that be a surprise?
Sure. You know, I've obviously...
What about number 4? Trump McQueen was in the betting at 792 rand.
That's right. It was 3 or so lengths behind stablemate last time, Bingham Beach. And again, never been on the surface, but Moosey doesn't let them relax. He says, hey, we're in here to race, get into the race and let's just position ourselves and go for it. He's a very strong rider, Moosey. So this might improve on the surface, but might just have a little bit to find with the stablemate and a couple of others.
Well, there's Magast Bloodstock, who is Gabby Soma, in partnership with Marlon Nika. And, of course, Thailand Chinsami. They had a 40-1 winner yesterday.
Do they own that Bloodstock?
Yeah, Rule by Force. So they'll be hoping their good luck continues today.
Yes.
With the source number 4, Trump McQueen. The boys have been patient with her after that maiden win, so maybe she could be off the right mark as well. Trump McQueen.
Obviously, with the Queen down in today, you know, in sympathy with the monarchy.
Yeah.
You know, but a bit to do, I think, but it's never too far a drift apart from the time we bumped the other Queen, Drama Queen.
Yeah, that's number 4, Trump McQueen, 842 rand, and I think that is the delay. Maybe they are attending to Trump McQueen.
Where's number 2? That's the one that we're going to look at.
Yeah, number 2. Number 4 is done.
Green. Yeah, 4 is done.
4 is done. 2, I don't see Splash of Green there, so this might be behind the ropes, Paul.
Yeah.
Getting attended to. But I just want to have one last look at the time called betting market, and maybe the ferry will be done by then. Number 2 is at 7 rand 52.60. The top one is now Bingham Beach, ahead of the initial favorite, which was Dawn of a New Day. That's paying 3 rand, Dawn of a New Day 360. If you are number 4, 8 rand 40, and number 9, the Lafferty, Paul likes that horse, 780, and 10 at 1170. If you're running in Jackpot 1, all the best, yeah. Race number 7.
Blazing Astute is set. Splash of Green moving up. Indigo Fields is ready. Blue Sails. Magma Martyr, Shape of You, Maria Carolina. Trump My Queen, Bingham Beach. 1600 meters. Starter sets them in flight from the 1600-meter marker. Shape of You is lost for the time being. It just seemed to brush the quarters of Magna Marta for a stride. Maria Carolina on a double hold as they go into the first turn. Nobody wants to commit, and Maria Carolina just in front. Magma Marta from second to last has dashed right through the field to proceed and lead by a length and a quarter. There goes Trump My Queen to follow suit as moving around them. Blue Sails the red cap. Maria Carolina a strain to the inside, followed through by Indigo Fields, watching each and every move. Splash of Green, one out and back in about 6th position, 4 lengths off as they go to the halfway stage, 800 meters. Bingham Beach is 3 around, Dawn of a New Day, then comes Blazing Astute, and a further 2 lengths. Shape of You has dropped anchor, now goes around Blazing Astute. Homeward Bound, greeting the judge and crowd, 500 to go. Magna Marta made that move. Trump My Queen, black sleeves and cap, now asked upon to come forward. Maria Carolina, Shape of You in the yellow silks, Dawn of a New Day. Splash of Green on the extreme outside is running on with Bingham Beach at the 250. Splash of Green runs on it. Maria Coralina. Shape of You's running on towards the inside. Maria Coralina. Shape of You now ignites, and that's it. Shape of You with the winning formula. Maria Coralina's second, Trump My Queen. Dawn of a New Day further back in the running, and then came Splash of Green. Big victory for Shape of You. Things did not map out as expected, just seemed to brush Magna Mater out the gates. They had to go to plan B and C. A horse who can run on strong, but really takes it to another level today through them. And Atendiwe Mgutwa for Gareth Van Zale, the Hollywood Syndicate, Anthony Del Pesh and the team, the Applewood Training, Endora Stud, Applewood Trading, and this Daughter of Duke of Marmalade started to catch the eye. 4 off the left-hand side in the yellow with the purple stars, just looking for the gaps to open, and there goes 1 off the inside. Splash of Green looked to move up. Maria Coralina was running around, just drifts out for a stride or two, and that's where number 9, Shape of You, takes it with both hands and comes through to get that second victory from 13 runs to date. Number 9, Shape of You, pays up at R8.60 and R2.40 with the best finish of all.
can run well. Number 10, Spring 6 ran 90 and 2 ran 20. Another one of the runners that hasn't won for some time. There are a few in the race that are a bit low on confidence in the win department, but 4.5 kgs off is always a big plus, a lightweight. But what are they going to do? Last time went to the front, didn't find that was at Hollywood Scottsville. Can be quick. I remember when he's earlier on in his career, this horse was very quick.
Very quick. Gone. They're always chasing him. And they changed his racing style, or maybe he did, or whatever, and he hasn't been quite as effective. Young Smiler Kachedi, and 48.5 on his back. If it's going to bounce back, today's the day.
Yeah, he just seemed to have lost that early pace and speed, as Paul mentioned. You know, he used to be a tearaway, the Source Valiente. They taught him to settle, but he hasn't won for a long time. Number 10, Valiente, 7 ran 220 with a very low mass on his back. But horses have left the ring. 3 minutes to play a bet here. Of course, we're playing catch-up. We did have a slight delay to the running of race number 7, but horses are on track and led out by Cabello Mazzaniana on Comnaidu's runner called One Too Many. Horse number 2 at 4 ran 20 and 2 ran for a place for the last time this afternoon, calling them down to post. Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much. Lovely colours of number 2, One Too Many, Cabela Mazzaniani. Number 5 is Joshua Hot Snake, Serena Mudley. Nice bright silks. 9 is Stingray, Calvin Corbo. Looks like number 6, Trafalgar Square, will wear the full set of silks with Muzieni, yellow sleeves and cap. That is the case. Number 7, Hampton Court, Calvin Abib. That'll sport the black cap. That is Jason Gates, so that'll be number 8, General Hancock. Number 10, Valiente, Malasera Cachedi. And then we have a pink cap on the far side, Keegan DeMelo. That's number 3, Just a Guy Thing. The weather's held out, and it is now starting to come over. Hollywood Bets Greyville just had the drizzle on and off. And the rain is now moving in from the 1400 metre area. But race 8 is upon us.
Final race in the card, there are 2 scratchings. Take out number 1, Chara Sands. Take out number 4, Drogarati. Cheek pieces are on Joshua Hot Snake. And D's, we spoke earlier, and I think the trend today has been fast racing.
But you got it spot on in the previous race, and now just listening to that interview, you know, they consulted the experience of Anthony, that's Bonji, and he said he wasn't concerned about the pace, and it worked out for them.
Yes. It can really work out. When you're sitting last, you want it to be as quick as $1 massage, and when you're in front, you want it to be as slow as treacle.
Yeah, but full marks to Athandiwe Mgudla.
Yeah,
he followed the instructions, and it opened up nicely towards that inside running rail, and it was a well-timed ride from him. So, yeah, one of the few runners coming from off the pace. That horse came from last. Okay, race number 8, 1,000 meters. Do you have a first choice? Do you have a roving banker or a firm first selection?
I looked at it and I thought, can a horse like Just a Guy Thing get into this race in time? And I really think bumped some good horses. I initially was leading to Just a Guy Thing. There's going to, I don't know if Stingray will need it. I know Bosch's horse will be quick. Valiente, I don't know how they're going to do that. One Too Many, is it consistent enough to have back-to-back wins?
Yeah, what about the pace in the race? I mean, this is where I will know my fate very early with the selection I like. I like number 7, Hampton Court.
Yes.
But my concern is that if they come and fight for the lead, if a horse decides, like horse number 2, One Too Many, who's there for free at Tollgate 2, if this horse doesn't have the power to get past him, then I think I'll know that he'll dig his toes in, he will throw in the towel. Yeah. He's a horse that famous for it. Yeah, he needs a lot to go his way from the draw. And Calvin Habibi, now he rode the perfect race on a horse that won out the Maiden's Boundless Bash earlier on.
That's right.
So I'm just hoping it's a similar type of ride.
Yeah, he's ridden two very good winners, Let It Snow and Boundless Bash from up there, and he's a very good rider today, Calvin. And as you say, I think if one too many goes really hurtling off, it will make it much tougher for you.
Yeah, I think it would. I'm hoping that Calvin can just... I know that the plan will be try and get to the front, because that's where he races best, number 7, Hampton Court. He's easy to back. It's 10 Rand 50, 3 Rand. But when I spoke to Dennis Bosch after his win in that race, in fact, running 1-2 with Halibros and Cape Town Affair, he said he can't split his two horses. And then I asked Muzi, if he had the choice of ride, etc., between the two, because he knows both these horses very well. He said, no, Calvin can't do 53.5 these days.
Right.
So, and therefore, Dennis put him on number 7, Trafalgar Square. But he doesn't mind. He doesn't. This horse had that win within a space of 3 days, Paul.
Yes.
Trafalgar Square.
That's right.
I couldn't find him that day. I thought, no, the races come too soon, but he won well.
Buddy Maroon did it with regular monotony. You bring them back, keep them happy, throw them in the paddock, race them, and they ran well.
In the UK, they run the next day, Paul.
If the horses fine, run them. It's an old belief. Let's just talk about a horse they should have won earlier. What was it called? Was it race 5, Immeasurable?
Yes.
That had 4 runs in August.
That takes a run, and unlucky today.
Should never have lost today. Ran 3 wide. The draw didn't help the rider, obviously, but should never, ever have lost. And that's just getting up to bat all the time. It just shows. And Sean Terry's a champion trainer. If horses are right, run them.
Now, Stingray, the filly, does she keep you interested?
Has to. Unbeaten over the trip. You have to stay interested. The stable's in red hot form. The Cotton Stable. Calvin and Corbo's a good rider. The key has got to be the break. It's at 6 Rand 10. There isn't that much support for it. When you bear in mind the last 3 runs, 28 to 10, 5 to 2, and 18 to 10. A gutsy horse, a bit to do, I think, not on ability, on well-being, I think, just because of the tote.
Fitness-wise, but 2 from 2 over the course and distance. I'm sure she'll be popular in those trifectas and quartets. Speaking about that quartet, it's a nice way to end it off if you get this. That pool is well over 115,000 Rand, and considering the results, I had a quick glance at the Pick 6 pool, it's paying in excess of 60,000 Rand, and I went out at Boundless Bash. That's a run a little bit up.
If I look back on the horses that are backed and are tipped, a Street Art you had to have. Lucretius I tipped first,
Shape of You, Cape Town Affair.
Shape of You. I backed them, sure. Cape Town Affair, Shape of You are backed. I would have 4 or 5 horses, yeah.
Oh, they're waiting for the vet to get down to the start. He's making his way there, we're told, so just a slight delay to the running of race number 8. Yeah, considering, you look back on the day, and every one of us does post-mortems. It's like, yes. I hate doing a post-mortem, Paul. After a golf game. And everyone's sitting around and talking about how that could have been and how that could have went in. Yeah, that can be a long, each hole, 18 holes. Well, yeah, it's just 7 races, so I don't mind it,
Yeah.
But when you look back at the results, sometimes you think, how could I have missed?
I'm looking at you saying it's paying over 60. And it's hard to believe it's paying that much, but that's exactly what's happened today. And
it's a very tight tab goal betting ball, Paul. Very tight. Number 2's at 3 Rand 90, 6 at 4 Rand, 3 at 4 Rand 70. Then 8, 9 is at 5 Rand 70. That's very tight amongst the two. So you can see that
there's 2 more in single figures, 5 and 10.
Yeah, the punters are, they're torn between their selections.
It's a tough race. There's a bit of speed. There's horses coming back from breaks. There's horses drawn well who've got a chance, and horses drawn wide who would have a chance as well. I think that earlier I was all over just a guy thing. And I don't know if it's going to unfold right. But you're right. If your horse Hampton Court gets going, could make them pick up their feet. But temperamental horse. Well,
Wendy Mighted may be listening and saying, these guys are not mentioning my horse. What a wonderful day I've been having.
I know we've known when to mention it. We've known.
We've got Joshua Hotsnake here, who is at 8 Rand 20. I'm actually surprised the horse is that short. Obviously, the guys are following the stable.
Yeah, it's a 4-year-old. It's only run over 1,000 meters once.
Yeah, this was Josh Schwarzenegger, 821.90. That last start was at Hollywood Bet Scottsville, but yet to win on the poly track as well. And we'll see how number 5 goes here, Joshua Schwarzenegger. You follow a stable. Well, you follow the stable. The stable's Red Hot. Yeah, number 5, Joshua Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Com Naidu's runner is a top one now, Paul. 3 Rand 90. So they're trying to make a decision on which horse will go off his favorite. It's between numbers 2 and 6. There's not much in it. General Hancock, our horse that recently joined Ellison right now that we speaking about all the runners with the slight delay. General Hancock, that was the first run for the stable. Looked to have needed it badly.
Yeah, it's never run over 5 furlong. Got it to do. I don't see a winning today.
But how lucky are these colours?
Oh, Preggy, wonderful man too. He's put his money into the game and he's ended up getting the Equus champion. I'm very proud of him.
Equus champion, KZN also the award for Canadian Summer. And General Hancock is the biggest outside in the field. 27 Rand 40, 630. Did we speak about Valiente, number 10?
Yeah, we did. We spoke about it's earlier on in its career, how quick it was. And now as a 6-year-old, it seems to have different tactics and seems to have it all to do, but 48.5 would keep a few punters interested. I saw a jockey get off. Yeah, there we are. Calvin Bobo.
I see my old boss is still involved with this. I say my old boss when I used to be racing. So Peter Gibson. He's now in the UK, Peter.
Now in the UK, that's right.
And then he loves watching from there. Often sends me messages. He's in a place called Combrink. Do you know where's Combrink?
The area called Combrink.
Yes.
That's an Afrikaans surname.
I think he's somewhere there. I'm almost certain. I'm almost certain he's in some area down in the UK. Yeah, maybe I got that name.
After
maybe
General.
But he follows the South African racing, although he's not.
Oh yeah, he would do. He loved the game. You know, he's passionate for the game. And so he's in the UK. I did know that.
Yeah. So this horse Valiente, I see he's got a share in the horse, and Peter Muscat was just hoping.
Pops out and watches his runners.
Oh, loves it. He's loved it.
Yeah, his dad loves the game. He's really passionate.
He tells me stories from back in the day. I mean, I can't remember those horses, Paul. I wasn't even around with those horses. But this horse Valiente is at 960 and 270 for a win. Just giving the guys a bit more time. You got bit more time. You get on.
What is the vet going down the golf cart?
I don't know, Paul. They haven't told us. They just said that they are
waiting for the vet.
Waiting for the vet. That's all that I've got. That they're waiting for the vet. So we'll see how long this takes, because the clock says due. And so if you just joined this broadcast from Greyville Racecourse and you're wondering what's happening because you're standing in the pick 6 or the place accumulator or whatever bets you are, well, we are waiting. It's Cornwall, Paul, sorry.
Yeah, she's Combrink.
Yeah, I've got it all wrong.
I know Cornwall, down on the coast.
Was that where near your family is now?
No, it's an hour and a half away down past Bath, Bristol, down the coast. There's Cornwall, fancy little chicken.
Yeah, that's where Peter's. Apologies, Peter, I know you're watching it.
Yeah, no, Combrink.
Cornwall. Combrink is more like a Brakpan.
Yeah, the other side of Brakpan you find Combrink.
Yeah, so that's Cornwall.
Cornwall, yeah.
Okay, he is almost there, and the vet is almost there. So he's almost there. 8 minutes to play. If you are running in whatever bet you've taken, closing off here in race number 8, hopefully it turns out to be the result that you want. When I looked at the results today, I don't know, for the Punters Challenge, they would have definitely sent us the message now if anyone was running 7 out of 7, 8 out of 8. So nobody's winning that. And glad that they're now having that Punters competition in Cape Town as well.
Yeah, they've really helped Cape Town.
And the field size as well. I mean, these guys have got something like that.
They're paying them to bring a horse.
Well, whatever it takes.
Helps,
bigger fields.
You know, I remember Snaith wasn't big on Durbanville. He had 20 the other day. The first 10 he was getting 500 Rand a runner.
I did a preview for tomorrow's race meeting, and a maiden played over 1,600 meters, got 16 horses. I've never seen that at Durbanville. Yeah. But well done to the guys there for turning it around.
The vet's...
Vet's there. Okay. Race number 8. Sheldon Peters for the last time. Absolute pleasure working alongside you, Paul.
Thank you,
over to Sheldon Peters for race number 8.
Thanks very much, Paul and Dees. The vet has reached the start, and they are commencing the loading process. Joshua Hot Snakes up. Hampton Court, Just a Guy Thing, One Too Many. General Hancock, Stingray, Valiente to step in. Who's left? Trafalgar Square, 1,000 meters. All set. Flags up. Sprinting away from the 1,000-metre marker, Stingray's lost. One too many hit the poly, running by a length and a quarter. Trafalgar Square's right there, and Hampton Court's moving around the red blinkers, a share of second as they go down towards the 700. Valiente's in the open towards the outside. Just a guy thing, Joshua Hot Snake, General Heldcock behind that, and at the back of the field, Stingray. Top of the lane with just on 400 metres to go. One too many clicking away in front. Trafalgar Square's on the outside. Hampton Court looms large. Just a guy thing goes to the inside, and Valiente. 250 to go. One too many. How much left in the tank? Trafalgar Square, yellow sleeves and cappers all over them. Just a guy thing and Valiente. One too many's looking to last and gonna probably just do so. One too many from Just a Guy thing. Valiente up for third, and I think Trafalgar Square has lost it for the minor spots. One too many does. Colourful Silks, Just a Guy thing, Trafalgar Square, Valiente. Here it comes. One too many. The What a Winter, Cabela Mazzagnoni in the driving conditions, keeps up the momentum. Just a Guy thing second. Valiente outdoes Trafalgar Square as they dash past the post. You'll take a look at the head-on replay. You'll see the visibility. We've caught the long, and one too many ends up a joint favourite. So just get that confirmed. Both showing 380 numbers 2 and 6, but number 2 showing R1.40 the place and 6 180. So number 2 one too many continues to rock and roll in front. Just a Guy thing, Trafalgar Square on the outside of runners Valiente, but it's number 2 one too many.